let's not turn it down that much. Hold on one second. Let's do that. And let's instead bring that up to about there. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? It is time to rise and fucking grind. Today we are going to take a look at some AI shit, talk about AI stuff as per usual, and then we're gonna play some Last Epoch. I've been having a great time with that. So, what? Let's see. Where is that? I was gonna have some upgrades to the stream today, but unfortunately that did not happen. I got busy last night, and then I did tell everybody I was gonna start streaming at 6, and as I was about to, unfortunately, the seals on the freezer. So we have, I have a fridge, and the top part's the fridge, and then the bottom it has a bottom drawer is the freezer. Well, the seal on it is fucked, and I guess overnight it defrosted a bunch. So that was a lot of fun to clean out this morning. So yeah, I'm late and gay for that. Sorry, but what we are going to be doing is looking at AI music, how fucked real artists are. We're going to make some music live, and then we're going to just talk about stuff, hang out, have a good time. And I know that most of you guys are probably going to hop off when Tech Tones starts up at about 9, so I know how it is. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I know my lane. It's all good. But I have not switched scenes yet. I'm about to. And that scene switch is now. Perfect. All right, audio levels are good. Everyone can hear. Yep, we good. Hold on, Nux is gonna be a dad soon. Well, from as a dad myself, I can say that it changes your perspective on quite a bit. So, I yeah, it changes a lot of things. I didn't realize how much it would change in the way I looked at things and how I approached a lot. But yeah, it's a big fucking deal. Okay, yep, we're good, perfect. You found Nux this series. Wow, uh that's interesting. I'm surprised that people are finding Nux through me, but hey, you know what? More power to the Blue Jew himself getting recognition and getting people to follow him. Uh, yeah, I feel like he would be a good dad. I think that also Tech Tone sells himself short a lot, but I think that he would also do well in that regard. I feel like the it is true that nobody is prepared to really be a dad, but if you have a mindset of going in there to be a good dad, you will succeed. You will do great. So I firmly believe that they will all do absolutely excellent in everything that they do because they are already really good people at their core to begin with. So let's take a sip of my coffee here, and we're gonna talk about some of the shit that I made last night. Oh fuck, that was too hot. Okay. All right. So, I'm sorry, it wasn't last night. It was yesterday afternoon, yesterday morning, something like that. What we're working on today is we're just trying to push limits of what Suno can do and see what we can make. And the main reason that I'm doing this is the two tracks that you guys heard at the beginning of the stream, both of those were AI generated. I didn't subscribe to any fucking shitty fucking service that provides some royalty free stuff, anything like that. They were generated. Those were both one shots also from a given prompt. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that and how you guys can make your own music for your own purposes. For me, I'm going to be doing it to kind of have a playlist for individual tasks and purposes. So, okay, here's an example of that, right? I don't plan on stopping streaming if I get a job. The only thing that can stop me streaming is if I end up losing my power and my internet. But provided that doesn't happen, what I do want to do is have like music and tracks and intros so that people can get an understanding of what's going to happen in a given stream. And part of that is phone, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. And part of that is I can make a bunch of free Gemini accounts and get some trials. And I can generate like 4 scenes or 5 scenes to kind of show what is going to be there and do the stream starting soon thing. You know, the frog thing, it's just 4 sequences. But I made that one a while ago. I just don't want to waste everybody's time on stream making a bunch of fucking Google accounts and then generating a few things and being, well, all right, we're throwing this one away. Let's make a new fucking email and a new account. Like, I don't want to do that. That sounds like a fucking miserable experience to watch and to also do while trying to keep it entertaining. So not going to do that. But that is something that I want to do. The face cam stuff, I did find a way to make it happen with my phone and syncing it, but it has a big fuck off watermark on it. I have a way to get rid of it. I just didn't get it done in time. So tomorrow, I promise, you guys will be able to see my fat bearded face. And all of my Hawaiian shirts. So that'll be a time. All right. So yeah. Ragu, good morning. Spit, good morning. Fat Hacker. Is there any software that you would like to try for generation that you don't necessarily have the hardware to use? I have hardware to run a lot, but there is no... the only self-hosted software that I could do would be for writing or maybe image generation. There is nothing that exists for music or video that comes close to Suno or Google Veo. Suno I still have because I bought the annual subscription. So at least I have that until March of 2026. So, you know, there's that at least. But Veo is unique because of how great it can get a scene in one go or very minimal goes. Actually understand text, understand the prompt of the characters, and generate something that looks good and looks like what I have in my mind's eye. Everything else that I've tried, like Cling, Runway, all of the free alternatives on Hugging Face and stuff like that. Yeah, they all just suck. They can't do anything, and they also take way longer to generate. I wish that there was a way around it, but there's not. All right. So, music time. We had a little bit of fun yesterday, changing up the Gay Elves on Fent track just a little bit. And we ended up making some pretty good alternative generations. I don't know the best way to put these out there that would be good for everybody to kind of to play with. and listen to. But like, there's a whole bunch of alternative versions of songs that I've made, and I'm still thinking of the best way to get that out to you guys. So until I do, maybe I'll just put it on SoundCloud for now. But I don't know. I got to think about it. It'll be a good solution, but I am always open to suggestions. Busby, you're face palming because of your fucking your generation of the gay elves on Fent. Oh, I bet you are. Fat Hacker. Yeah, Droid Cam. That's the one that I was going to use. But yeah, it'll be. I don't want to set everything up like that on stream right now. So yeah, give me a second. I need some more coffee. I apologize. I am fucking. I was up really late last night playing my last Epoch. I got through a lot of the really boring shit in last Epoch too. So there's that. Okay, so because Busby facepalmed, we're gonna listen to the version of Gay Elves on Fent that he decided to suggest in chat before we move on to other stuff. Busby, I also do have that email drafted and ready to go to you. That's lots happened yesterday. Not anything like big, just lots of little fiddly shit around the house. So here we go. This is Busby's version.
No one told me it'd be so intense. Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends. Smoking leaves, weaving dreams, gay elves on Fent.
Yeah.
We're gay elves on Fent, and we're playing with our friends. There's a party in the twinkle crotch, playing hopscotch, looking up at the stars, consuming our minds by dropping bars with fentanyl, with alcohol, being the gayest people in fantasy, fucking butts and saying no to pussy. Whoa. We're gay elves on Fent.
So yeah, you can thank Busby for the suggestion on that style and genre. It is a song. What I will say is, imagine trying to cover any music when you could just cover stuff with AI, or you can do stuff like this and just a one shot, and you're just like, okay, yeah, this is. It's kind of hard to I don't know. Indie artists that don't really have any talent are going to be very, very mad that their shitty little album on Bandcamp isn't selling because somebody like me can just generate something that sounds better than what they're putting out there. And that's not saying that that they don't have any artistic value and that it has no merit for them creating those songs. It's just you can't really compete. The only way that you can compete is live shows. And at that point, it's all about evolving with the times. So real artists, if you're out there and you want to actually make music, you want to produce stuff, anything like that, your absolute best bet is to focus on your being an entertainer and being doing live shows. If you want to do anything in person, focus on that. Don't focus on trying to sell records or whatever the case may be. Definitely still make an album because you'll need that for promoters. Promoters still want your album and they want to listen to it. before they put you on stage. Most of the time, but generally speaking, yeah, you're not going to be able to compete in the digital marketplace anymore for music. You have to focus entirely on live performances. So yeah, there's that. Um. Anyways, so I was trying to come up with some other tracks for just other purposes, and other just I don't know, just moods or atmospheres that I kind of want to have before a stream, or even just during, uh, or leading up to a game. Like, hey, BRB, gonna go shit, and then we're gonna play this game. So then, okay, I'll play a track that, and then put on visuals, leading into whatever the fuck that is, something like that. Um, and so one of them was this track here at the beginning. And it sounds so fucking good. And I'll show you how to make it. Like, man, it sounds so good. If you need that song, by the way, Nathan, here, let me send the link. Fat Hacker, thanks, dude. I greatly appreciate it. Any little bit helps. I will do what I can to get that license today. I think I get my payout on Venmo. I could still use Venmo. My bank account is. My financial situation is not. I am not optimistic about the future, but I am trying to be. And so we're just taking it one day at a fucking time. So this, I wanted something that was more, ambiguous for a stream opening, and it was kind of a one shot. And so the way I was able to do that is I don't know if anyone here has ever listened to Calm's Trues, and the synthwave shit that he has. So what you can do in Suno is there's several different ways that I make my music. The first way that I make music is I'll just have an artist and I'll use this to brainstorm, right? Oh, excuse me. And I'll use this to kind of brainstorm and think, okay, I am thinking of a song that sounds like X, Y, or Z. And so in this case, I want to make another synthwave song that sounds more like Calm Truce stuff. Hey, Berto, how's it going? Bluegrass funk metal. Okay, we will make a song for that in just a second, actually. Okay, so we're just going to generate. And a lot of these instrumental tracks, I'll just generate a few to see until I get something I like. Sometimes, like this one, I'll like the original prompt that it gave me and then try more. But here we go. That gets a fucking like right there. Dude. There's the prompt. fuck, dude. It's for things like this. It does such a goddamn good job, and you can just get gold. Um, I said it yesterday that before this, I wasn't able just to put in a prompt, let it go, and have something that sounded great. But fuck, yeah, 20 minutes of that would be a banger for driving. See, here's the thing that I will do. I will take a prompt and I'll just generate, like, if I'm going to go for a drive and to get from my house to where I used to work, it was about 25 to 30 minutes, right? And so before I left, I would have a playlist of songs that I wanted to workshop and I wanted to listen to in the car. And before I actually send something out, usually what I'll do is I'll listen, I'll listen when I generate it. I'll listen, maybe 10 minutes to 30 minutes later just to go back and re-listen to it again, see, okay, does it still hit? Okay, if it does, then I'll play it in the car. If I don't get tired of it, cool. And I'll just keep playing it and see if it really gets old or if it was just like in the moment it sounded really good. You know what I mean? I need to boom Chrome's audio. Okay. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, when I play another song, it'll be louder for sure. Apologies. Anyways, I want to listen to things multiple times in multiple settings to see if I like it. Or if like I'll be playing a game that doesn't require me to have the game audio up, and I'll just listen to a playlist and see, does it hit, does it not? If it doesn't, it gets removed and I don't send it. If I do like it, then I just keep going for it. But you can come up with some pretty fucking cool stuff. Fat Hacker, yeah, that is definitely a good quote to have. I don't know. Things could be worse. I don't doubt that. I guess okay. I'll briefly go over it. I've just people know what's up. My severance got removed, so I got let go last Friday. And when I got let go, I got my severance. They used a technicality to get rid of it, so that got taken back by the bank after I had already started spending it in order to catch up on stuff and try and fix my financial situation. And instead of being able to do that, they took the 10 grand that I had gotten, and I am now at negative 5,000, or I guess it's closer to like negative 4,800, something like that. So I'm negative in the bank, and then there's also like 700 that's owed to PayPal. Thankfully, I was able to link my YouTube to Venmo. Venmo's the only thing that exists for me right now. But effectively, I have been debanked, and then the try getting repoed is like another 2 grand on top of it. So, yeah, it's not a good time to be me, but you know what? We're gonna work through it. It could be worse. I still have my daughter. I still have all of this other shit. I was able to pay for her school, so she is able to go to school for the year. And yeah, it's great. So let's get back into some music. This was the first one. I like that. That was a fucking banger. Here, let's go to the next one. Sounds so good. Damn. Okay, that's awesome. That is a great prompt. Again, the prompt is definitely is in the chat, so you guys can do that. I didn't want to completely listen to the whole. If you guys actually, please tell me if you guys want to listen to the whole song each time. If it's a banger, if it's not, we'll figure something out. But if you guys do want to keep listening to the songs, and we can make that. Uh, you know what? Atlantis. That was actually I still remember that movie. That was a very interesting one. I There was that one, and then what was the was it Titan AE, or was that not Disney? Because Atlantis was very not normal Disney, and I actually liked it because of how different it was from what they normally did. But then Titan AE, I thought that was also a Disney movie. And I think that one made like headlines because it was a theatrical release that was PG-13 or something like that. I don't remember. Titan AE was Fox Entertainment. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I remember Atlantis and Titan AE from my childhood and when those came out, and then there's also Treasure Planet, which was but Titan AE was certainly something. So, what else can you do to generate your own music for your own purposes? Yeah, there's Treasure Planet. It was a I don't know that I liked it, but I didn't like it. There's just some parts that I didn't, but overall, it was still a unique. It was still a unique movie, and I enjoyed those three because it was in that time of I don't know. They just in for their time they stood out. So this right here, this is a track because I was thinking, okay, I want to have an intro for like when I'm doing Gray Zone. All right, we're gonna set the mood for doing Gray Zone, and to do that, I just sat here and I wrote this out. I just said I wanted an introspective, dark, dangerous, and slightly chaotic track with suspenseful buildups, powerful and insane drops, and harnesses the feeling of being a mercenary stuck in a South Asian jungle trying to survive. Lilo and Stitch. Okay, Lilo and Stitch is also fantastic. I was laughing super hard in the theaters watching the original Lilo and Stitch. Let's fucking make that clear. The live action is just dog shit, but the original, I remember laughing hysterically. I went with my uncle at the time. He took me to the movie theaters to go watch that. I was laughing because it reminded me of him. He was laughing because he was wasted, and I didn't know any better. And obviously, he was an uncle. that man was that man. I don't know how many fucking DUIs he's had. Then he decided fuck the United States, and then he moved to Africa to grow coffee in Kenya, and then he got arrested, after getting four people pregnant, and then I think he's back in the U.S. after getting released, but he was in jail for like 5 years in a Kenyan prison. That man was fucking. He was a wild man. He did not give a fuck about shit. that was some. That was some. Man. Iron Giant, yeah, Iron Giant was also great. I remember rewatching that not too long ago, and it was a pretty fantastic movie. Yeah, no, he he knew how to fucking party. If I had known that he was that schwacked and what that actually meant when he took me to go see Lilo and Stitch, he took me and my brother. He told my sister to go fuck herself, and I think she was like 4 at the time. Or 5, something like that. I thought it was hilarious, and my mom was trying to get him to give it like to bring us back. And he just said, "No, we're gonna go see a movie." And so we went and saw Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, he does. It was a great time playing handball against the neighbor's garage, and whenever they would come out, he would just blow a raspberry at them and run away and leave me and my brother standing there like getting yelled at by the neighbor for quote damaging their fucking garage. There's a lot of shit, dude. I do have a lot of stories about a lot of things. Being 35, 34, yeah, something like that. I got quite a bit of things that I've done in my life that is uh, pretty fucking wild. Uh, get a good copy of Iron Giant to watch. Yeah, I would do that. Was he a cool uncle? He was a cool uncle for the most part. I remember there was a time before he moved to Africa that he kind of just started being a real dick just to everybody. But for a while, he was the cool uncle that we always wanted to be around. So this right here this is my just kind of what I wanted to yeah, downing a shot to these stories about it in his honor. Yeah, no, he is a legend. I don't think he's the same since he came back. I remember I talked to him very briefly. He came back like 2 years ago, I think. I don't talk to my mom at all. There's a lot of reasons why I don't. But he moved back in with my mom for a bit so that he can get back up on his feet up in Tehachapi, the middle of just the armpit of the asshole of California is the best way that I can describe Tehachapi. It is just a shit town built on meth that has just it is an awful just shit town. But yeah, he didn't sound the same like wild uncle when I last talked to him. It was good that he was out of prison. I mean, no, I wouldn't want anybody except for maybe the person that kicked my cat to go to an African prison. That sounds super diabolical. But no, he went on a fucking bender. I think he has like 10 kids in Africa right now that they're trying to get him to like pay for, but he's refusing and all that. Tehachapi is part of LA. Yeah, no, it's awful. Okay, so this is the Gray Zone song, and this isn't final. I'm still working on what it's gonna be, but all I did to generate this is I just described the feeling of what I wanted the song to be. I didn't say what style it should be. I didn't say anything. I just said, hey, I just want it to be like I'm stuck in the South Asian jungle trying to survive. That's all that I wanted it to really do, and this is what we got. Very Metal Gear 4. So yeah, that's what it came up with. It's pretty decent. Like it's not perfect. It sounds good. You definitely get a vibe there, and then it goes into fucking that shit, and it just sounds awful. But the opening was pretty great. So I kind of want, yeah, it changed up really quick. I fucking hate it. I hate the change up, but like it started out perfect. I just need to get it more in line with it. And so if I wanted to, what I can do is I'm going to go into edit But again, all I had to do was just fucking describe what I wanted it to be. I didn't have to do any like style prompting or anything like that. Or I'm sorry, I didn't have to say like what genre or anything. I just said this is what I want it to feel like, and it delivered at least on the intro, and it was great. So if I wanted to, and let's say like yeah, the rest of this fucking sucks. Let's change this up. I can just oh uh okay. So okay, where is this? Okay, so it's gonna be like that. All right, let's try and replace that. Replace section, and we'll try see if we can get a different outcome. Make it back to making videos. Yeah, no. I can. So the Bacon Brothers. Uh, let's see. Let me put a. Here we go. Notepad. Why is it? Cool. Thanks for the fucking flashbang. Here we go. I am going to put the outline of the Menace Crew stuff as soon as I can actually start making videos again. So, first thing is Tectone. Standalone episode, right? So that's the first thing that is going to get done because I have it's like burning in my fucking brain what I want to do, and I'll show you guys some of the music so you can get an idea of what that means. So Tectone standalone episode. First thing I want to do. Next thing I want to get done is do episode. Oh my god. 2.1 directors cut. So it's this will be out very soon after, but it's gonna happen. It's just gonna be an enhanced version of episode 2, so it doesn't suck so hard. So that's gonna be a thing. Oh god, I did not expect that to autoplay. So sorry for that fucking just jump scare of that shit. Okay, here we go. Then after that, it's gonna be episode 3. Or I'm sorry, yeah, episode 3, Border Buds 2, and then I want to do the Bacon Brothers 2. So that's kind of the order. And then episode 4. That's kind of the order that I want to do things in for right now. And if we get there and we do. Yeah, that's what I want to get done. When we get there, I don't know, but it is what it is. Okay. So what I can do in Suno is when I select an area to be replaced, then it is more expensive to generate on a single track. And so let's try this one. Nope, that's awful. Yep. I'm just going to scrap that. I'm not generating or wasting any more credits on that. But the intro was fucking phenomenal. Okay. Let's look at liked. What else did we do? Oh, okay. So another thing that I can do is let's make a song. What should we make a song about? Anything. I am wide open to suggestions from chat. I really don't care what it is. It can be, and whatever it is, it's going to become unhinged. I just need a spark. The glory days of animated videos. A song about Nux. Dude, did you not hear the Nux song? Hold on.
Shalom, my goyim and my gentiles, gather round the shtetl, put down your fiddles, forget the brisket, save your shekels for the show. Your friendly neighborhood rabbi, Mordecai Morty Goldsteinberg, has a tale to bestow. Woo! It's an Appalachian mitzvah, holy tradition passed down from my Zayd, who had a psychedelic vision. He was drilling for seltzer, as a good Bubba should, but struck a vein of pure K-hole right there under the wood. He said, L'chaim, and took a sniff. His pale went askew, and thus was born the sacred rite of the Appalachian Mountain Dew. Appalachian Mountain Dews, mining ketamine from the holy caverns of Mount Sheckelblatt's ravine. We skip the gold and silver, the diamonds are aboard. It's the sacred horse tranquilizer that our people are searching for. Now it's a real
Yeah, so that's the Nux song. That's been released. Let me get the fucking link to that shit. What is my distribution fucking doing? Am I gonna get an error yet again? God damn it! It needs more edits. What does it need an edit for? Oh, okay. Well, that's dumb. Appalachian Mountain Dews. Let's open this up. Yeah, it's on SoundCloud, so it is a thing. If Nux wants to react to it, he is more than welcome to. He also hasn't. I don't know if he has seen it, but there's the ketamine on my balls. I don't know if he's seen that one either. Okay, here we go. We got a suggestion: 3 gay pirates playing poker with pretzels in a cave. All right, we're gonna get some assistance here, and I'm showing you guys how we're gonna make a track from scratch. Magnus, we can do that one next, and I think that's what we will do. Although I don't know if Tenacious D is what I want to do, or if I want to do the Adam Sandler at a medium pace song. And if you are not familiar with at a medium pace, you should educate yourself. you, you, you really should, and you should be really sneaky about it and put it into a playlist where it's like slow songs that are like love ballads, and sneak that one in there and see if anybody notices. I guarantee they won't understand at the beginning what's going on, but they will very quickly realize by the second verse that something needs to be changed immediately. A song about legal mindset. Okay, we can do that one too. So we got 3 things: 3 gay pirates playing poker with pretzels in a cave. I'm evil. Yeah. Let's see. Uh, Okay, Diet Coke is definitely a gay thing. So that is a an element to our song. All right, so we're gonna. Okay, so we're getting concepts. We're getting concepts from Remy. Have you guys not fucking heard? Mm. You guys really do need to go listen to At a Medium Pace. Oh God, come on, Walking Suno, dude. Sometimes this lyric writer is really dumb. Uh, okay, so this is we're gonna do one more time. This is getting us fucking nowhere. Uh, okay. Uh, three gay pirates playing poker with pretzels in a cave. Uh, uh, plenty of butt fucking jokes. Let's see. What else are we gonna do here? Um, fighting each other over a femboy. There we go. This is gonna be a really gay song. This is what you wanted, Berto. Just letting you know. Oh no. Oh no. That is some just. Oh god. All right. All right. You fucking degenerate. This is you, Berto. This is what you fucking wanted. Now, Berto, you need to give me a style for your song. God damn it. Give me the style. What do you want it to be? Uh, bluegrass techno. What the fuck? All right. You know what? Here we go. Here you go, Berto. Bluegrass techno. Magnus, just letting you know, you're up next. Yeah, we're gonna play Last Epoch here in a second. A shanty song, Keep It Pirate. Okay, we're gonna do a sea shanty version after we finish these two more songs. Then we're gonna go into Last Epoch. Uh,
Three gay pirates playing poker in a cave. Pretzels for money, not a penny in their name. $5 bounty on the head of Fanboy Jim, and he's walking
What is this?
Fists are flying. Jim's my queen. He can top me.
All right. Here you go, Berto. There you go. That is your song. Enjoy it. What does a sea shanty version sound like?
3 gay pirates playing poker.
Yeah, nope, not doing that. Okay. Right. I want it to be difficult. You don't understand. It's Suno can do a lot. It's actually ridiculous at how easy it could do stuff. Okay. Um E- Ian Ian getting pegged and cooked by Anissa. Anissa is an OnlyFans whore. Ian is a gay retard. It's missing the techno, but yeah, it's a thing. Oh, moderation error. Okay. Come on, let's generate. All right, we're gonna have to moderation error. Okay, so this isn't working, so we're gonna go over to the AI Studio. God damn it, dude! Why is it? Thank you, Jesus. Need a song with this prompt. It is a parody and is for Suno. There are certain words that Suno likes to avoid, and sometimes you have to unable to. Okay, all right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna change green tard butch bitch because we're just gonna do we're trying this. Let's see if it does this. Why is it giving me? Hmm. Uh. Okay, let's try this. Ian getting railed. My strap-ons. Lisa watching and laughing. He's selling herself for pennies. Let's see. Run the prompt, please. Come on. Denying the request. Okay, let's try sudo. I might have to write this one from scratch. Why did it do the 3 gay pirates, but it didn't do this one? Nope, it's gonna fucking happen. Let's try that. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. How am I gonna? I need to get started with this song somehow. Unholy strap on use on a dude. People's names. It can't be explicit in naming. Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do. Oh. So let's deconstruct what this just generated really quick. So it didn't want to say the Ian's getting pegged by Anissa. It didn't want to say dude getting railed. It didn't want to do any of that. But then it just says we all know what generated here originally, and it's self-censored. So why did it decide, yeah, we can't do anything about a dude getting railed by a strap on, but we're going to have this word in here, and then we're going to censor it? What makes... What? I don't understand sometimes. But we're going to copy that for now and use it if it doesn't generate something better. It did it again! Oh, look! Here! It just... What is this? It's been listening to a lot of rap. Oh, yeah, definitely. What? Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's taking the word strap out of context because so many dumb knuckle dragging retards are sitting there putting saying that that they have their strap on, right, or that they're strapped up or whatever the fuck, and because they're so shitty at spelling anything in grammar, it's trying to think that it has something to do with an actual fucking strap on. Wow. That just made sense. So AI is not only generating these fucking lyrics because it's the context, it's also generating lyrics based on other people that can't figure out how to fucking spell. Yeah, Yeah. No, it's thinking because somebody is strapped. That's what it's thinking because people don't know what the like how to do anything. So, thank you so very much for causing this to happen. But Suno shouldn't have used Reddit. I don't think that those individuals are necessarily using Reddit. I don't think they've really managed to get their way off of Facebook or WhatsApp or whatever. So, may have preference. No. Well, okay. Is there anything in here? I don't even. I mean, hey, you know what? This isn't me making this. This is a this is AI. So we're gonna do it. I don't give a shit. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it better. Uh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Again, hey, I am not the one saying this, so we're going for it. We're doing it. Magnus, this is your request, and this is what it's generating, so we're gonna do it. This is we have our intro here. Um, okay, so we're going through this. Uh, this is so gay, but I love it in a certain way because of how absolutely awful it is. Uh, I'm trying to make sure that it because this is going to be from the perspective of the people pegging Ian. So I'm trying to make it make sure that it's centric around that. Okay. Uh okay, here we go. We're All right. This here. Okay, we need to think of the genre for this. Obviously, it's a rap. Let's do grimy ghetto trap, heavy bass, mastered by a retarded um, uh, manlet on shrooms. Let's see what else. What else do we want to have on this? Um, Ratchet as fuck. Danceable. catchy, and wild. Here we go. Let's let's see what we can. Wait, how do you not understand why Jews got the K? What do you? Uh, that's not. Did you understand why they got the boxes and what the F's stand, like the F, the K, the C, and the N stood for? See, Busby knows, but it also means ketamine. And then F stands for fent. C is cocaine, and N is the greatest of all drugs of nicotine. I fucking generated this, didn't I? Oh. Oh. Yeah, we're still gonna have it play this shit. We're just gonna make some slight adjustments. And with that, it is generating. For kosher. Yep, there's another one. Hope all is well, man. Dip, potato chip. Things could be better, but you know what? We're making it happen. Nuclear? Well, see, here's the thing about the boxes. It has a letter on it. Do you really know for sure what's in there? Maybe it stands for Newports. Maybe F stands for friends. It's just a letter on the box. Do you really know what's truly in there? I mean, you could go off of what was alluded to in the first video, but it has been changing, and it's changing because the game master keeps changing. So, it's ever evolving. It can be whatever you choose to believe. Busby, that is actually not correct. C is not for cuck. C is for cracker. Cocaine. Crack. Take your pick of C's. I can actually say that word. I'm not going to get in trouble because I actually happen to be of that race. So I can be racist towards myself. Thank you. Here we go. This is for you, Magnus. This is from your mind's eye of wanting a song about Anissa or Ian getting pegged by Anissa and being a little cuck. Here we go.
Ian, get your skinny cracker ass over here. I'm make you a bitch. Unholy strap on you's on a duty, hollerini popping like a snapple, juicy like a snapple, Melly in my lasso, hit him with the barrel, pull it out, I reload, like I work for a nerve, love my merch, check my store, when I'm in the street, stop and search, they want more, everything is wavy when I pull up on the shore, my cousins in the 80s took the rock and made it raw, Menage a trois on a private tour, hit him in the field, took a pitch and I score, make a man kneel, still the top 3 are all night, all 4 if I'm greedy, all 5 if I free to all night. On the phone to my dealer for more pie. Till my cheeks ache and my back's all tight. Like he only fucks white girls. I told him it's fine cause he look like Jack Harlow. But I'ma fuck him like an R&B singer. I told him sing so he put it in my eye. Nigga, he looking for a plug so I told him come on. Pull up in the city, I'm the one foot glue. Blow me out of here, nigga, right to the moon. Give a fuck if the neighbors hear right through the room. Put it in your ear like a Bluetooth. He went down south for the barbecue, and I returned the favor with my unholy. Yo, Anissa, plug your old bitch. Make this cook work for it.
God damn it, dude. There you go. Enjoy it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that song. Oh God. All right. That was something. Here it's amazing at how you can take just an absolutely ridiculous idea, you can put it in Suno, it'll fucking just do it. And then you get something that sounds not like the worst thing on the fucking planet. It's amazing. It's like, what? How are you going to compete? Like, okay, someone wants to make a diss track. Dude, you could just trade diss tracks back and forth like every 15 minutes. You can just, as fast as you can write, you can just send shit back and forth. Why the fuck would anyone want to sit there and produce shit where you can just write down the lyrics of how awful somebody is, have it sing it, have it come out decent, and then just fucking just. It's wild. It's absolutely wild to me. I made Anissa sound too sane. No. You don't understand. Right here, clearly from the beginning, this is not from the stance of Anissa, because Anissa does not sound like she has the pass to say that word. So, Cardi B has some competition. You know what would be really fucking funny? Ooh. Okay, hear me out, guys. Okay, boys. I have an idea. It's a one brain cell idea, but it's an idea. What if I made the most degenerate, counter? And I'm talking okay, visually, image wise, I create a character that is the most degenerate looking person, but would fit perfectly in the rap scene to be Cardi B's counter. Make her look like a real thing, and do music videos and shit, and then make awful tracks like this and put them on Spotify and try and get her popular. And it's all AI, and she keeps trying to find who this bitch is, but she is nowhere because she is on the internet. She can't be found. Even better is what I can do with that is I can also get take a picture in front of a house, or go on a Zillow listing of a house in LA or whatever, and then use that as a frame for putting the character in there, so then it seems like it's more of a real person. I would need to put it on TikTok. Oh yeah, no, I could get that foul as shit. Here for anything more than one brain cell? I mean, hey, I think it'd be funny. The best part about it is if a lot of other people did that to shit on all of these stupid whores that do nothing but sell themselves and get popular off of that, and make digital versions that counter who they are, and make them really, 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 really mad. Start Bongwater Productions. Maybe I will. Start beef with AI. That's next level. Yeah. No, that's the point. Make beef with AI and just talking shit about the AI thing, and then you come out with oh, okay. And I know how to do it too. So I haven't done it for the Menace crew because I like the random characters to a certain degree, but also the image generation can't get it perfect. But what I can do with Veo is I can upload the first frame of something and I can have it generate the video off of that first frame. And with that, I can actually have consistent characters off of that. So if I made an image of this diabolical, super thirst trap semen demon rap thing, then I can, whenever I'm making a really awful, and everything would be so, it would be the most ridiculous shit you have ever seen, with my level of humor turned up to 11, just taking every shot at everything in that industry and those people, because they are just such scum of the earth at perpetuating the worst in society. And so I'm just thinking I could actually have a consistent character and have people legitimately somehow believe that it is a real person. Do multiple international, have them all have beef, and multiple TikTok channels and have them beef with each other. Yes. Now, I could do the image part, the video part. I have to I need to get $8,000 so I can afford to do it again. God damn it. That would just be the most ridiculous thing, and they would all be part of the same label. It's not going to be Bongwater Productions. It's going to be something, what would I call it? Like, I'm just trying to think of something that would be really on the nose, but not like the Basketball American Rap Association, something, I don't know. But then people would think it's just basketball. I don't know. I would think of something. I would have all of them go. Oh, that's the best part. They would hate each other, but then they would also just decide one person. They would go after one specific person and get them just to freak the fuck out at all of them hating on one person. And I wouldn't have a bunch. I'm thinking it would be like 4, maybe 5. That would be the most wild goddamn thing I can think of. Veo's expensive. Yeah. Well, it's not that Veo is. It's okay. Veo is expensive, but the problem is right now with my financial situation, I can't do anything at all unless I can somehow come up with about 8,000 because of how bad my bank and everything is. Like if I got unemployment, everything would go towards that $5,000 hole in the bank, and then it would start going to PayPal. Even if I got another job right now, it would be going just, excuse me, just going towards that. Anything that I get on YouTube, I am putting that into Venmo, so it's safe in Venmo at least. So I have that, and then Venmo also has a debit card. So I'm trying to be smart there. It's just everything that has happened this summer has caused it to things to be pretty fucked. The boys. How funny would that be to have them go after people that are obviously hungry for thirst traps, like FaZe Clan dudes or somebody else in like the streaming space, and have them lust after a really terrible ultra ratchet AI? I wouldn't be able to do. Man, that is such a scumfuck thing that I could do. I just, and I could make so much money off of it. It would be ridiculous. I don't know if I want to like have my life be I make ratchet AI girls have beef with each other all the time and have just awful, terrible music. Patreon. Well, Patreon does also go to my Venmo. So there is that. Buy me a coffee, I think, does go to PayPal, but yeah, it's getting out of this place is going to be terrible. I do not want to do a GoFundMe as much as people have asked for things like that, but let's be real. First, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I'm not going to ask somebody just to pay for that. The other part too is that you guys also were very gracious and helped me with the whole Bernie situation. I liquidated a bunch of my assets to take care of that, sold as much as I could for that. I was able to get a few things back afterwards, but most of it is gone forever to try and save Bernie. I do not regret that for a second, but I did ask you guys for that back then. And then on top of that, everything else that I had some other assets, like investments and stuff that I was able to liquidate afterwards, but I wasn't able to do so in the moment to take care of Bernie because it was like immediate medical care and they needed payment like right when medical care was needed, and everything was going to take 30 days to sell. So when that happened, or not 30 days, it was going to take a week or whatever. It takes a while from a broker to sell some stocks and stuff. But that had to be done anyways because I had to deal with some stuff with my daughter. I did not make that public. I don't think I did, but there's a lot of other stuff that I took care of this summer. This year has been a bloodbath for me financially. So, yeah, I don't have access to anything. It's going to be a while. So that's why we're streaming. We're just having a good time, staying sane, and talking to you guys and hanging out is keeping my mind off of pretty negative shit. All right. Let's see. Could I make AI do all that? Maybe I could. I could write a bot that could do that. Froggy Tons Inc. Maybe. How much do I have cost? So I think it's $60 to do that. Or at least to get into Veo again. I know I was at originally it was $250, and I got it early for $125 a month instead of $250 a month. It might go back up for me now. I don't know what. I know that $60 a month for Gemini will get you access to Veo. I don't know if it gets you access to Flow. I think you still need to be an Ultra subscriber to do that, but. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's not simple. It's not something I want to ask anybody for because it is a lot of money and it is a lot to do. So yeah. How am I holding up after all that has happened? Well, I am gonna play some last Epoch. I've been itching to play this all morning, so we're gonna boot it up really quick while we continue talking and shit, and then I'll also show you guys where I'm at. So right now, I think yesterday morning. No, not yesterday morning. The day before, I had a pretty good like existential breakdown. That was not a good time. Because that was it was Monday when I got hit with like the 1-2 punch of trying to pay for my truck and get the car payments all current from all of the severance and stuff. But generally speaking, it was a rough time, and yeah, it was. I was not doing well. I did remove myself from all of the Discord communities and everything like that I was a part of as well. There's a few reasons for that, but the biggest one is that I don't want to have the constant sympathy farming or anything like that. I don't want people to be saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry," all that stuff, and then people trying to offer to help. I do not. I am not. I am terrible at asking for help. I have too much pride, which is a very bad thing for me. Like, I totally understand that that's not a good thing. I do. But I'm not about to ask people to help me get out of situations when people already helped me recently. So, um, yeah. Right now, I am doing all of this to suppress it as much as possible. So, I think it was Tuesday, I did a 4.5 hour stream. Yesterday, I did a 5 hour stream. Today, we're going to go for quite a while, too. So, it's just going to keep going. Um, yeah. So, we're just making it happen. What would it take to get a song on Rap Caviar? It would just, I could make it, upload it to SoundCloud, and then schedule it for distribution, and it can be up in like 2 days. And then, yeah, any of my songs, like if it's an album, it can take like 1 or 2 weeks, but if it's a single song, it can get fast tracked in a couple days. Do I have a Discord server? I do not, and I have been told to make one, and I will eventually make one. Just right now, I do not have it. I don't have it yet. I haven't bothered to sit down and set it up. Also, want to make sure that it's set up right so it doesn't get nuked from people inevitably doing stupid things. But I can promise that it it's going to be a lot less moderated for speech than a lot of other places are, because I just don't give a shit. AI Pro has flow. Yeah, okay, so that was the change then. I knew that it was like they've been making changes. I just didn't know what that was. That's really good. And I would care if I didn't already have +1 maximum companions. So, yeah, no, I'm good. Okay. So, can you email a high quality pic of Eli's character by a jar of pickles? Busby, yes, I will do that as long as, or I'm sorry, I will do that as well as send you the resume as well. So you will get that. Ketamine on my balls should be uploaded on Spotify. Well, I am so glad that you made that suggestion. Because it is. So I will post the link. Am I pro Israel? Buddy, you. Okay. We're not gonna get. We don't need to talk about my politics. Not right now. I guess when I say that it's free and open, I guess I don't care what specific words people call each other. I guess I'll clarify that much at least. Where the fuck do I have to go? Is it here? No? Wait, yes it is. Pro nothing. I am not I am not in favor of any one particular anything. I hate a lot of things very much equally. Okay, let me rephrase that, because hate is an extremely strong word. I wouldn't say that I hate things per se. I just dislike or am ambivalent. I think that's probably the better way to put it. What I will I will touch on this. There are two things that I will touch on that I'm very much against. The first thing that I'm very much against is how the for a little bit, and if you choose to not believe this, that is, at your peril. But for a while, there was actually language in the Department of Homeland Security that in order to get funding, federal funding for disaster relief, you needed to, quote, pledge allegiance to Israel. No, I don't care what your stance is on Israel in any way, in any way, shape, or form. That doesn't matter to me. What does matter to me is that there was, for a time, a requirement to pledge allegiance to another nation in order for an American city or location to get access to aid. That is not okay at all to me. Now, I don't know, whatever else you think about it is entirely up to you, but pledging allegiance to a foreign nation in order to get assistance is not okay at all. And the same thing would go for, let's say there's another country out there that had to pledge allegiance to the United States to get funding. I would also be violently against that. So let's just say that. Amit, am I against? I am. If you're a terrorist, I am against you. And by terrorist, I define that as anyone that is commits acts of terror against my country and my country's general interests, or has designs against my country and my life. That is what I would define that as. Because anyone could realistically say that anybody's a terrorist to anybody, but I'm defining it as such. We're doing a fuckload more damage than we were yesterday. Okay, Emmett, yes. You're correct. It is to not boycott. But by not boycotting, that was also very ambiguous. And that could mean quite a few things. That could mean anything from refusing to give contracts to Israeli companies or whatever the case may be. Like, there is a lot of ambiguousness to that rule and that that statute. And thankfully, it is gone now. At least I'm fairly certain it is now. It is gone permanently now. I don't know if it has snuck its way back in, but it effectively has the same results of essentially pledging allegiance or giving preference to a given nation state. And I am not in favor of that. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter. The other thing that I'm also very much against is the North Carolina has a new law that does not require foreign doctors to undergo U.S. or American exams and licenses in order to practice medicine. I don't care how good your schooling is. I don't care where you came from. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is that you abide by our rules, our laws, and our standards of care, not whatever standards you have in a country that you came from. I don't care if it's Sweden or if it's, Nepal or Uruguay. It doesn't fucking matter. It needs to all be up to at least the same standard of care and ethics that we have in the United States. That's the biggest thing that I care about. And there are people that can argue, like, hey, people do weird shit. There's, like, holistic doctors and all this, that, and the other. And, yeah, some of them say they're doctors. A lot of them don't. But at the end of the day, I want somebody that is practicing medicine to actually abide by our rules and regulations to be a doctor and taking care of others. I mean, yeah, I know. So that's not the problem. Protesting as an individual, that's not a problem, and people can protest whatever they like as long as it's relatively peaceful. We don't need to go, too hard on it. But it's a bigger problem because when you forbid state level assets. So here's it's someone that did government contracting before. Or even something more public. Let's just look at SIG, right? SIG with the P320. That is just an awful pistol. Whoever chose it, in my personal opinion, I believe that they were paid off. I don't have any proof of that, but just looking at the anecdotal evidence, I believe that somebody was paid off in order for that pistol to pass muster. When you use that handgun, it feels like shit. The trigger is fucking awful. Everything about it just feels fucking bad. And so somebody that thought, hey, this is something that would be good for combat is an absolute fucking dumbass. Is the standard Glock trigger, better? Well, yeah, it's not amazing, but it's a whole lot better than the SIG was. However, because they went with SIG, they have to stand up for and back up SIG and everything and go with SIG for a whole bunch of other products. Whereas, there were much better options out there, but now they are in bed with SIG for a lot of things. We can't say for better, it's for worse across the board. And so my problem with the not boycotting Israel is that you don't have you now give that nation sway over decisions, and when you give contracts to Israeli firms and they have to be preferred and they say, hey, we didn't get this contract because we feel like we were snubbed, now they're going to have more and more influence in that area, in that department, and in that state because they say that they feel like they were snubbed or whatever the case may be. So there is nothing good or beneficial about having an anti-boycott thing for a state. Anybody should be free to boycott and use their free speech however they please, but you are greatly underestimating how much power that actually gives the state and companies of Israel and being able to say that, hey, somebody's boycotting me. They're not choosing our product, and then they are forced to do so. Otherwise, they don't get any funding. Take that for what you will. I'm against any nation. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the United States. I don't care who it is against doing that in the first place. That's where I stand with it. It's all the countries that are part of the rescue team. Again, I don't care if it doesn't matter to me who it's against. If it's a thing in general, I don't want it to. It shouldn't be a thing. Period. In my opinion. For any country. Again, it's not specific to Israel. It's any country. Yeah. Against boycotting all countries that are in this rescue team. No, it was against funding. And I don't care. I actually, if I had my choice, I would be against the UN because I think the UN are a bunch of just idiots that don't know what the fuck they're doing and they make things worse. So yeah, I would be against the UN doing anything. Fuck the UN. They are wholly ineffective at what they do. I think something of the sort should exist, but as it stands today, it is ran by people that should not be running it, and special interests and all this other. It's just no. The way it currently exists is terrible. That's just my personal opinion. Curious one, yeah. That's also a good one. What is this ARPG about? Well, I don't really know, except for you're traveling through time. So if I look at the map, oh god damn it! So if I look at the map, so you have your ancient, divine, imperial, ruined, and then you have the end of time, which is the end game. And so you're progressing through time, chasing some artifact, I think. But the greatest thing about Last Epoch, and Last Epoch and Path of Exile, in my opinion, are the two premier ARPGs that exist. Diablo 4 is just casual trash. I will play that if I decide to get high or I'm just too drunk to even comprehend what's happening in anything that requires some slight motor function. But Last Epoch is unique in the sense that you have your different skills, right? So you have all these different skills for your character, and then these are core to your class, and then your subclass or your mastery determines additional things that you can get. And then each skill has its own skill tree, and this can change how your skill interacts with things. For example, on the bear. So I can give the bear 2 skills. I can give it swipe, and I can give it earthquake. Now, why that matters is because that then uses my stats in my trees for earthquake and swipe. So swipe has its own thing. And so you can really do a lot of customization and making your character how you really want. And then your passive thing allows you to choose what you want to really specialize in. I forget how many passive points you get, but we're going all in on minion damage and attack speed right now. It's great. Hype for PoE 2 season, dude. I have. Let me pull up my Steam really quick. So Path of Exile 1, about 4,500 hours. It is Path of Exile. I love PoE. The 2 times that I have despised Path of Exile more than anything in the world, and it made me very sad and actually a little depressed with how bad the game was the Lake of Calandra and the one right afterwards. Wait, was it the one right afterwards? I know it was definitely Lake of Calandra when it just sucked every unwashed asshole on the planet. It was a fucking shit season and league. There's some cool stuff in there, but man, the arch nemesis and the rares, it was fucked. And PoE 2, I already have 500 hours in it, and I fully plan on making that way more. Every year, I always buy the $500 edition to support the team. I don't buy many video games anymore, and so I figure, well, you know what? I'm going to support a developer that actually knows what the fuck an action RPG is and should be, and I have zero problems giving them that money. That's also something that Blizzard doesn't understand. If Diablo 4 was actually decent, I wouldn't mind spending money on expansions and battle passes and whatever the fuck, because I'm spending $500 a year on Path of Exile at a bare minimum, and then there's also the supporter packs that I get when I can afford them. So, yeah. Don't know why I had any hope for D4. Well, the problem with D4 is they had a concept originally that sounded okay. As soon as they said it was open world, I thought, okay, this is going to be that great. And I also saw the skill twig, and it looked really bad. And they said, no, wait for the Paragon boards. Paragon boards were extremely underwhelming. They just don't know how to develop a game anymore that has any depth. It's a shame. Diablo 4 could have been something. It looks good. I will give credit to the Diablo team and Blizzard, is that they made the game look decent, and the skills look pretty flashy for the most part. So there's some stuff in there that is not pure just ass, but it's still far from perfect. And I thought, okay, that let's see what their season model is, and when you compare to what a season is in Diablo 4 to what a league is in Path of Exile, it doesn't even come close in comparison. You can't call it the same thing. Last Epoch, I think this was their first real league, and so far it's been interesting. Where it's kind of similar to the Arch Nemesis stuff from Path of Exile, and then, or at least the Arch Nemesis League, and then it's also similar in a sense to the already existing Nemesis system in Last Epoch, where you're building up this beast and you're getting rewards, and then there's all sorts of really cool unlocks, and there's reasons why you want to build a really difficult beast. For example, I killed one and I got this amulet. This is a crazy good amulet. This gives me +2 to all skills, which, Jesus, 40% increased minion damage, so perfect for minion builds. And then when a hit leaves a boss or champion below 40% health, you summon a Rift Beast for 15 seconds on a 40-second cooldown, and it has the same evolutions as the Rift Beast that dropped this item. Now, I wish this said what lineage my Rift Beast had when this dropped so I could compare and see if I want to keep it or not. But, like, man, that's fucking cool. You're not just building a boss to fight and getting loot from it. You're also building a minion. It's pretty cool. I think that's a neat thing in my, to me. Hey, Fat Hacker, have a good one, dude. With new YouTube money, you can do Elon and rent a player to pay for it. No YouTube money. Let's see. Let me look at my earnings really quick, and I will tell you exactly how much I have made, so you guys can get an understanding for that. Yeah, in the last 30 days, $276. I mean, hey, look, it is something. I am grateful that there is something in general that is happening, but yeah, it is nowhere near what other people are making. If I could actually use Veo, I would be pumping out videos nonstop right now to make as much as I can, but can't. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah. Saw D4 employees in flipping burgers. Yeah. As much as, I... I don't know. Diablo 4, they are bankrupt of ideas. They don't know what they're doing. They don't have anybody that gives a shit about their game. It's kind of a shame to see it go the direction that it has, but it is what it is. Collecting ears in Diablo. See, like, Diablo 2 was so fucking good, and then when you had Diablo 3, which was the biggest pile of shit known to man. I actually remembered I made like $5,000 off of the auction house and finding items back in the day. That was the only reason I even played that game to begin with. It was a miserable experience. I remember actually building and I don't give a fuck to admit this, and I'm pretty sure other people have done the same thing. Early on in Diablo 3, I built a bot to automatically farm for me when I was asleep, so I could get as much loot as I could to keep putting on the auction house. Nowadays, into turn-based games, I really hate to say it, but I can't stand turn-based games. I'm too ADHD, and I'm too, I need to be doing something, and I also like the illusion of control by being able to move my character around and actually do things in real time versus in a turn-based game. Like, I really I especially dislike turn-based strategy. I grew up playing StarCraft and Command and Conquer, and so to me, anything that's not real-time strategy, I'm out immediately. No longer give a shit. I'm done. I'll move on to brighter and better pastures. That's why like Endless Space I know is a decent like sci-fi ARP or not ARPG strategy game, but I can't do it. I'd rather do Sins of a Solar Empire or what was the other one? Uh, Shit, it was a Paradox game, and it wasn't turn based. Holy brain fart! I can't remember what it was. Dude, a turn based Total War game sounds like the most awful thing ever. I'm also so believe it or not, I'm also not a terribly big fan of Total War games, and the only reason I'm not a fan of Total War games is I like base build. I'm very particular about the kind of games that I like. Like if I'm playing a strategy game, I want base building. I want to be able to turtle, and if somebody is going to attack me, I want them to pay for every inch that they're going to take. I don't want to have to only do army compositions. I like having a strategy of like placing units and stuff, yes, but I want more than just fields of warfare. I want more in-depth stuff. Yeah, we'll empower it again. It'll die instantly. Hold on, it's driving me fucking nuts. What was that goddamn game? Uh, Fuck. Stellaris. Yeah, Stellaris is great. Oh man, Empire at War, that was a fun fucking game. I remember playing that on my fucking Toshiba satellite with an Intel Celeron processor. I remember struggling to play that fucking game. Sins of a Solar Empire was great. Planetary Annihilation was really cool in concept, but it flopped hard. JTF was a really fun um, old game. I know I said that I don't like turn-based games. Jagged Alliance is kind of a turn-based game, but it's like a play pause mechanic. So like you have to pause a lot in order to plan your moves, and I'm fine with that as long as the core game is real time. Only Paradox City Skyline 1. The first one is great. Yeah. Dawn of War Remaster. I have not played the Dawn of War Remaster. I did see an ad the other day, actually, for Dawn of War 4. I haven't seen anything about that. Maybe I'll watch the trailer. But actually, you know what? I'm going to save the trailer for when I can actually have my face on screen so you can see my either great disappointment or awe, and we're finally getting something that doesn't suck ass. Because Dawn of War 3 absolutely sucked ass. Dawn of War 2 was definitely different, but I hate to say it, I liked the Dawn of War 2 because it was a strategy ARPG in a sense, and I liked that. I only liked the campaign. The multiplayer aspect of it was awful. I fucking hated it. But I actually liked Dawn of War 2 for the campaign. And there I am being an idiot and leaping into a retard circle. Great. Miss playing OG Command and Conquer. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine. I said this yesterday. A buddy of mine used to be a professional Command and Conquer 3 player. You can probably actually see some of the televised events he did under his name of Judge Power. That was a really cool. He was a cool dude. He tried to get into what's it called, StarCraft 2, and I remember he was one of the people that got me early access to the beta, but he just wasn't good enough to do it. He was still a really cool guy. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, I know what happened to him. He got stuck in doing multi-level marketing, selling that. Yeah, this is where pro gameplay player or pro gamers go to die. he was doing that legal multi-level marketing scam shit. Well, I guess I don't know if it was a scam, but the legal one. You guys know. Well, I don't know if you guys know, but he did that, and then he wasn't making any money because no one ever makes any money in that, and ended up working at Taco Bell. So that's where he ended up. Witcher 3, better Jagged Alliance. Well, Jagged Alliance and Witcher 3 are totally different games. They're wildly different. Let's see. Ask AI about the game. Yeah, maybe I will. It looks like a blend of 1 and 2. That'd be neat. I liked the hero aspect of being able to make your units. Like, I know that they were specific, like named characters that they were creating, but it was still neat to like have your units that evolved over time. And it reminded me of like the way that Rainbow Six used to be, of your operators surviving mission to mission, improving their skills, and all of that. So I kind of like the idea. So maybe we can build up on that more. I don't know. And what's it called? The same concept was in what's that? XCOM. XCOM was kind of like that, but again, turn-based and tactics. No, thank you, not about it. If there was a real-time version of XCOM, I would be playing that shit. I would be all over it. Confirmed base building, units level up and gain abilities. From Pro Gamer to Taco Bell, yeah. Oh, that's what I get for reading chat instead of fucking paying attention. Yeah, Pro Gamer to Taco Bell. Yeah, that's where it is. He still had checks in his garage of the prize checks that he had. So like he had done a lot, but he had never really had. I think also to his detriment is that the only thing that he had going for him is that he was a professional gamer, and that was also this is again when StarCraft 2 was first like in beta and was about to release. So streaming and all of that was not a thing. I remember it was like livestream.com was one of the few options, but it was such a pain in the ass to stream. Barely anybody could do it. That was like I think that was before even Justin TV. That's when they were shit. I'm aging myself quite a bit. That's when they did televised Battlefield 2 tournaments on G4. Back when G4 was an actual television channel for real games. XCOM was awesome. I loved the concept of XCOM. I really did. It's just I couldn't get over the I just couldn't get over the turn-based nature of it. It frustrated me. I also really appreciate the developers making the sequels based on the consequences and actions of most of the players when they would do missions for the first time. And I think that's it was XCOM 3, I think, was because most people failed at the final mission on the first time that they went through it. They made the third game based on, humanity failed in defending. Stuff like that. I love when developers actually do think cool things. Thought it was great to be an early adopter, very little money usually. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem is that he wasn't good. He wasn't good enough to keep going. He was he did okay in StarCraft originally, and then he did okay. I wouldn't want to say pretty good, but I'm just going to say okay in Command and Conquer professionally. But he didn't progress his skill level, and he also just wasn't able to keep up with his agility like other players. Like his APM was way down. He just wasn't able to compete, unfortunately. So it had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with being an early adopter, because the StarCraft 2 League was right out of the gate. He wasn't there. I don't remember what the ranks were in the in StarCraft. Is it like Diamond? Is that the top one? or whatever the top one was, he couldn't get there. He was never able to actually rank up all the way. See, I played StarCraft 1. I didn't play StarCraft 1 at all really in multiplayer, except for custom games like Zergling Roundup, or there was the Dragon Ball Z one that people would play. There's quite a few that were really neat that people tried to do, and or there was Unit Game, where it was like gun game but with different units, and you had to keep getting more and more powerful units. And then obviously Warcraft 3, Dota, and they also tried to do Dota and StarCraft, but it wasn't at all close to the same thing. Man, playing Warcraft 3, laying Dota was the shit. That was an experience. If people haven't experienced it, that is such a shame, because that was, man, what a time. Watching one guy. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are pretty good at it. There's also one guy, I don't remember his name, but he does a lot of commentary on Age of Empires 2 players, and that is always a treat to watch, because he always it's like low elo legends, and watching him do commentary on just some really, really low elo games is really entertaining to see what dumb concepts people come up with and somehow work. There's like some famous, I guess infamous is a better word, of certain players that are known for their just really dumb tactics. Like Fat Slob, I guess, is a dude that turtles just so hard and only plays the game one way, and if he ever gets rushed in the early game, he immediately quits. There's some gems of people, or The Wall, where a guy wins by just building walls around his opponent and doesn't let him get to resource nodes. It doesn't. There's a lot of times it doesn't work, but the times that it does, they are a treat to watch. So I think the other day, for those PC demo discs, I think I found my demo disc from, I think it was a PC Gamer or PC Magazine demo disc with Unreal 2 on it. I don't have a disk drive, otherwise I would pop it in, but I did find it the other day. Man, Unreal 2, what a game. First gaming console? First gaming console was actually a Windows DOS computer. I guess if you want to call that a console, but if you mean otherwise, it was a Super Nintendo. But yeah, the first game I ever played was Dark Forces, Star Wars Dark Forces. It was the demo on Windows DOS. My dad showed me how to enter the code to get it booted up. That was the only time my dad ever showed interest that he ever played a video game in the first place. But he never played games or did anything after that. It was a thing. But he showed me how to enter the command to get the game running, and he wrote it down on like a little notepad, and I had to figure out how to type in the symbols when I was a kid. Didn't understand the letters fully, and yeah, that game terrified me as a kid. The third level, when you're in the sewers of wherever the fuck, with the Dianogas and the tentacle creatures in the water, that shit terrified me and made me afraid of like bubble baths and stuff when I was a kid, because I was like, man, I can't see at the bottom. One of these things is gonna pop the fuck out. I was like 4 at the time, maybe 5. So yeah, it was a I played that game when I was a little older. I was like 10 or 11, and I beat it, and I had a great time. It was one of my favorite Star Wars games, even though it's just a Doom clone. Back pain and leg cramps. I mean, the leg cramps happen. The back pain is my own fault, because I sit at my computer like a fucking shrimp, just hunched over and like the typical gamer. Unreal 2 was heaven. Yeah, multiplayer mod. I never played the multiplayer mod. I just had the what's it called? I just had the demo disc. I never played. I never actually played Unreal or Unreal 2, but I played the shit out of Unreal Tournament, and then Unreal Tournament 2001. Was it 2001 or 2004? I forget what it was, but yeah, that or 2003. I don't know. It was one of those. Man, that shit was so fucking good. Unreal 3 powered a decade of video games. Maybe more, actually. Shit, Unreal 3 powered most of Xbox and PlayStation. There's a few games that really stood out during the era of Unreal 3 because it was so dominant in ease of just access that there was just so many games for it. The two games that really stand out to me that weren't Unreal that I thought looked crazy good at their time was Star Wars Rogue Squadron on GameCube, and then Killzone on PlayStation 3, or I think it was Killzone 2 actually. Dude, Killzone 2 was so fucking cool. I sucked at the multiplayer. I was never good at shooters on console, but man, that was such a cool fucking game. I loved the aesthetic of it, and it looked amazing for the time. Nintendo Power. Yeah, I had Nintendo Power for a little bit, I think, and then my mom didn't cancel the subscription, and then we got Game Informer because we had the GameStop thing to get cheaper games because we were there all the time, and she never forgot to cancel that. So we got Game Informer all the time, and I think we got demo discs here and there, but I would read Game Informer when I was not doing it, bored and needing something to do, and they would lock up the Xbox or whatever, so I couldn't play video games. So I would just consume the media for it, and that's when they actually did pieces that were interesting and cool. I remember the original promo and articles that they did for Mass Effect. At least in my opinion, they did not do justice for what the game ultimately was like. And then or at least they really puffed that shit up to crazy levels. Then there was also the article they did on Borderlands way before it came out, and I think that was the first look that people ever had on Borderlands. Again, print media was one of the primary ways that people consumed content back then because internet wasn't really a thing. Well, I guess it was, but a lot of people just didn't have it, or I know I wasn't allowed to be on the computer very much, if at all. I was well, if you want to play video games, you can't be on the computer. You have to be on a console. And then the one time we got a computer, it was too shit to play anything. So, yeah, lots of lore being unlocked today. I was with that game for 4 years, and I got Elden Ring. Man, let's see. Hold on. Let me look. Legend of Zelda, when it released the first day, I remember getting an N64 when it launched. That was really cool. I remember playing Star Fox a lot. And then I remember getting an Xbox on launch day. And my mom we way overpaid for it. I think we paid $700 for it because the place was scalping super hard. And my mom would not get us Halo. And so instead we got Bloodwake and something else. I remember liking Bloodwake. It was Twisted Metal, but boats. And then there was what else did we get? Oh, there was that one time when my mom didn't want to buy violent video games, and so I had earned a reward or whatever the fuck to get a new N64 game, and I had get she got me that fucking VW Beetle racing game. That thing was goddamn. Went without games for 4 years. Yeah, so Elden Ring, I actually didn't know that Elden Ring was a Dark Souls game when I played it. I really did not like Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. 2, I just couldn't get into. It just wasn't for me. 3, I remember buying it because a friend of mine told me it had co-op. It didn't, and well, not real co-op anyways. And I remember not being ready at all for that kind of game, and I kept dying on the first boss. I eventually killed the first boss, that intro tutorial boss. Oh, I know. I'm sure everyone was not at all ready, and I had never played a game like that before. And I was also playing on keyboard and mouse. So I haven't gone back. Maybe if I go back, it'll be okay. But Dark Souls 3 never did it for me. And I didn't expect Elden Ring to be that. But Elden Ring, I was able to pick up, and I don't know. There was something else about it that just clicked. And I had a great time playing that. Hey, Dask, how's it going? Talking about Gamergate? No, I'm not talking about that. Oh well. Didn't play Star Fox for some reason. Star Fox was a pretty decent game. I had a lot of fun playing that shit. Yeah, just having my minions do all my damage for me. That has Weaver's Will. Ooh. Let's see. Where is it taking me now? Okay. Jesus fuck. Let's see. Web. I don't know how the fuck to say your name. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you. You fucking little moose knuckle. I don't know who the fuck you are. Let me fucking find you here. And ban. Get fucked. Trying to tell me to give you $1,000 a month, you piece of shit. Share that experience. How to kill that first boss with no online help. Yeah, it was wonderful. It was terrible. Your stream messed up, so you came in and talked about journalists. No, I wasn't talking about journalists. I was talking about how early on you weren't able to consume any content because no one really had per aspect of the Viper. Yeah, no, I don't need that. I think we want more damage and more movement speed. How no one really used the internet a whole lot early on for games media, and it was like Game Informer and PC Magazine that I bet people were reading for a while. And then how with Mass Effect and Mass Effect wasn't billed the way, I don't know. I just remember Mass Effect in the articles not being what they said it was, or it wasn't what they had built it up to be. And then Borderlands was a wildly different game than the first look they had in Game Informer, and it was weird. I actually don't even remember when Borderlands. I didn't find out about Borderlands launching until launch day, and I remember it being at a LAN center playing it, just thinking, "Oh, hey, there's this game Borderlands." I saw the opening sequence, and I was like, "Oh, I read that in an article in a magazine like 2-3 years ago. That's a game that happened." And then there was it was some of the Gearbox developers were there, and it was me and oh, okay, I remember what happened. Yep, okay. Story time. So we went to, there's this place in Southern California called Howie's Game Shack. This place was fucking cool. They had like 200 PCs in their main location in Mission Viejo. They had 200 PCs that were all like some cracked out gaming PCs, and then they had like 100 Xboxes that all had 55-inch personal TVs that you played on, and then you had chairs that had speakers built into them so you could listen to what was happening without other people hearing around you. It was a really cool setup. It was sponsored by Monster and Razer. So like they had a whole bunch of branding on the walls and shit. So the one that was closest to my house was the one in Westminster. And so we went to the Howie's Game Shack in Westminster, and that was in a mall. So we could only play for a little bit. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. By a little bit, as in we could only play until I think 1 a.m. and then we got kicked out and we had to go somewhere else. And it was $20 and from open to close. And so, okay, so we went there, we paid our $20 and we got there when they opened at like 11 or something like that. And we stayed there playing games until 1 a.m. We got kicked out. We wanted to keep playing Borderlands because we thought it was a cool game. So me and my buddy, we drove down to Mission Viejo to that Howie's Game Shack. We paid another $20, and at that one, that had 24-hour access. And so when you paid your $20, you got 24 hours of playing games. And so we went there and we booted up Borderlands. We started over. We knew what we were doing, and we were getting through it. And I remember it was like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., something like that. And I'm fairly certain it was a Gearbox developer because they were super hyped about Borderlands and were talking about it on the megaphone, or not the megaphone, over the loudspeaker and shit. And they said, who's playing Borderlands right now? Everyone was playing LAN, Dota, or Counter-Strike. No one was fucking playing Borderlands except for me and my buddy. And they called our usernames out, and we were like, holy shit. Like, we're getting called out. What the fuck is happening? Because we weren't really paying attention, because we had our headsets on. And so they called us out, and so we went up to the front. Because like, all right, what the fuck happened now? And they gave each of us 5 cases of Monster for doing that, and they gave each of us a pizza. And so we took that shit, and we went back to continuing to grind the fuck out for 24 hours. I couldn't, by the end of that, when our time was up, I couldn't really think or see straight. And so my buddy, who didn't have a driver's license, I told him, hey, dude, I know you don't have a driver's license, but I can't fucking drive and we need to get home, so you're driving. And so he drove my car home. And that was Borderlands. But Borderlands 1 was absolutely a fantastic game. Borderlands 2, the humor, even back then, I just couldn't get into it. It was too cringy even when it came out. And then 3 was just further delving into just awfulness. It wasn't... The first game had a good mixture of seriousness, despair, darkness, and that humor. And that humor was great because it cut through at those points, and it was also weird and and kind of wild and alien. And then the loot also helped to amplify it. But they didn't understand what made their game great, and so instead they decided, oh yeah, people think, oh haha, claptrap, haha, where it's more funny, more random, and yeah, that's not why I liked that shit. Yeah, 5 cases of Monster. It was fucking sick. IRC chat, dude. IRC chats were pretty fucking great. We always had a event server or a TeamSpeak server that we would go into instead. Because IRC, like, I was just too retarded to figure out how to get into IRC, like at a random place. So instead, we did Vent and TeamSpeak. Yeah, Borderlands. I don't know. Borderlands 4, I think, is going to suck dick because it's going to be more of the same. More of them not understanding what made the game great in the first place and why people loved it. And the reason that I loved it is not for funny ha-has. Oh yeah, look, they're wall sphincters. Ooh, it's funny. It's a sphincter. It's a word. It's like nah, it doesn't do anything for me. I mean I have played all of them, and they just yeah. The thing that really told me what where the game was going and why Borderlands 2 was going to suck, in my personal opinion. I know other people like it, but I really don't. The thing that I really disliked was I think it was the first when you first get to like the ice area, and or like it was towards the beginning of the game, and you have Handsome Jack talking about the pony. At that point, it was like, okay, it's not like an edgy name; it's just a dumb name. And this is where we're going is like butt stallion or whatever. It's like, okay, cool, yep. I'm not about this humor. This is too dumb. I'm out. So I got to like the birthday party for Claptrap. I did beat Borderlands 2. I tried playing the pre-sequel. That was terrible. Borderlands 3, I just couldn't. I thought the whole live streaming thing, they had a good idea, but goddamn, did they execute that poorly? I don't know. Every bad guy is more interesting than good guy. I mean, Handsome Jack was more interesting than all of the good guys, but the twins that were live streaming, those live streamers, no, they were not more interesting. They were still just all shit. Yeah. Hey, Blandish, how's it going? Yeah. But that's I games that have loot like that, I'm drawn towards, and I like playing games like that. What I would do is there we go, fucking voice crack, perfect. That's what I want to deal with. Probably just need more liquids. I'm not used to talking this much. I'm usually pretty fucking quiet. I usually don't talk. I like talking, but I usually don't talk. If that makes sense, because to be real, I usually don't have anyone to talk to. So, woo. Um, but any game that's like that has loot or character progression, I'm all about it. I would like to play Titan Quest 2 at some point. I do think it should get a little bit further on in development before I give it a try, but I've heard good things, so I'm optimistic about that at least. But Path of Exile 2, it just absorbs so much of my time whenever there's new content. Like when this league comes out, I'm as long as it's not a fucking another Lake of Kalandra, which it really doesn't seem like it's going to be. Probably gonna be playing that for like a fucking month and just grinding the tits out of it. I want to make a Flicker Strike monk, and I want to make Flicker Strike actually um, decent. And I'm hoping that some of the new modifiers that they have for Abyss allow for that, and some of the uniques in the skill gem support changes will allow for that more. I know they said it was incomplete, but oh wait, oh okay, so we're back here again. I was so confused for a second. I thought I was summoning another beast to murder, but I'm gonna kill more of its linear. Just caught up. Yeah. Okay. I need shatter. So something to clarify in this game. that's unique and why I like. To me, this game and Path of Exile are utterly unique in how they approach things. So yeah, you have your uniques. You can have more than one unique. That's why I have the same fucking thing in both slots because this is a really good ring for leveling. But what you have for like your rares. So let's say I have this helmet, right? And let's not do that. This helmet, I can see all the different mods, and so to craft something, let's say poison resistance, I want to change that to something else. I don't think poison resistance is very good. So there's a number of different things that I can do to change what it's going to do and how it's going to exist as a mod on my gear. So if I use a Glyph of Chaos, I'm going to upgrade this to something else. Armor and reduce damage from crits. Okay, cool. But health regen, I like that. But all of your gear has forging potential, so that's how much you can modify a piece of gear further. So if I wanted to increase that this stat, it's going to consume 1 to 12 forging potential. So I have 15 that's left. So if I click upgrade affix, I can at least do one more upgrade. I know I can do at least one more. But with Glyph of Hope, what that allows me to do is it has a 25% chance to not consume forging potential. So, okay, it consumed a little bit, meaning health regen. Let's see what that happens. Okay, I was able to do that. Health regen. Let's do it one more time. Okay, we're getting some good shit. Let's, you know what? Fuck it. Glyph of Chaos. 1, 2, shoe nice. Necrotic resistance. I'll take it. Alright, so we have forged this. It has no forging potential. But how do I upgrade these? Well, if I take something like this and I put it in here, I can shatter it, which is going to give me a chance of all of the shards for these different mods. And I got one of each, which was great. And to go from tier 1, I think you need one mod. And the higher the tier, the more fragments you need to upgrade it. So some of these, I like this. Yep, we're going to shatter it. So then we can get the modifiers to use later in crafting. Okay, let's... The uniques are also actually very unique in comparison to a lot of other games. Diablo 4. Fuck, that game is shit. So we have, we're getting a whole bunch of these different wards, or a whole bunch of these different shards. And then the uniques all do something weird, I guess. And they change, they'll either be direct buffs, or they will be, I don't know, unique in how they apply an upgrade, or just change how something works, or interact with something specifically. Like, this is a pair of gloves that you just get at some point early in the game, and it just gives you leech and elemental resistances. That's basically it. Or you have something like this, which I can use on this character, but it's not for this class, but I can still use it. Or something like this, which is new, which gives me build your own boss minion, which is pretty cool. I haven't played D4 in a while. Yeah, D4 is still not worth anybody's fucking time. Endaro was interesting. Endaro, none of the bosses in D4 are interesting, except for maybe Belial. Just because if you don't have a build that instantly kills them, which isn't hard to do, the mechanics are at least somewhat interesting. And Dariel, the mechanics for killing her is so fucking irritating. I hate doing and using those keys. And Dariel, also not that interesting. Varshan, I guess, is kind of interesting a little bit with the different shapes that you have to avoid. for his attack, but it's still like baby's first boss. Same thing with Grigor and what's it called? There's somebody else that was pretty shitty. Oh, Zur. Lord Zur was also fucking trash. I don't know. They have a lot to do. Oh, I did like the fight for the Chaos Dog, the Essence of Fear, whatever the fuck. At least it's an interesting fight. At least it's annoying, but at least it's interesting. The other ones are just not. It's just invulnerability phase and just a whole bunch of instant kill bullshit. It's dumb, in my opinion. Phase damage. Okay. I don't want that. Ooh. Is D4 worth it for the story if you got the game for free? The D4 story... How do I put this? Did you like Diablo 3's story? If you liked Diablo 3's story and you paid attention to what was happening, then Diablo 4 is decent enough. It is an upgrade to Diablo 3, but it very much depends on whether or not you remember what happens in D3. To me, anyways. It could be worth it if you really care. The game is also vastly different from release. D4 made you like D3 more? Yeah, I actually, unfortunately, I agree with that statement. I don't know how they made the worst Diablo game, in my opinion, now the second worst. Because if you break down Diablo 4, right, there's nothing new or different that they've really done. It's all the same shit as Diablo 3. Ooh, we have pits instead of rifts. It's the same fucking thing. They don't have any original ideas. They can't come up with anything unique or different. Or the fucking powers meme. What's this? Okay. Ooh. Shatter. You got the game on PlayStation Plus. We haven't tried it yet. It is better than it was at release, but when it did come out, the one thing that it had going for it is the loot was very sparse. And it made the game feel more punishing than they probably intended. But playing the game now, it's so fucking easy. Everything, like, legendaries and everything just drops like fucking candy. It's not even... It's like playing an action RPG on the easiest mode imaginable. It's just not interesting. And being given everything for free. Grew up playing D1. Yeah, I never played Diablo 1. I played very little of Diablo 2. There was a friend of mine who had it, and I remember watching him play through a decent amount of the game. He never wanted me to touch his character. And as per usual with most of these, he did, modding his characters that he had a whole bunch of gold and all that shit. But yeah, it was and then PvP, and then you lose all the shit. It was a time. You got to bring your shotgun in to the gun store to get looked at. Oh, okay. What'd you get? Or at least, what do they say? D1 was so amazing for its time. I've heard that. I never played it, so I can't pass judgment on it. I know it was good enough to get Diablo 2 to come out, and Diablo 2 spawned the greatest of successors, in my opinion, of Path of Exile, and now Path of Exile 2. Shit, it ate the raptor. Nope, ate the bear. Shit. Can I fit that? Let's see. That's attack speed. That's crit chance and poison. Okay. Crit chance in that, okay. Haste. Okay. Yeah, the minion attack speed is nice, but I don't think that it's going to make a whole lot of difference. Whereas that's critical strike chance and poison, and that's a lot of damage. So yeah, I think we're going to just keep those. Cool. Gotta get to work in a place where you can take any guns I want to work every day. Bare minimum. Yeah. Where the shop that I worked at, there was just so much cool stuff all the time. I brought some stuff in from time to time, but man, just being able to play with the rarest things known to man was just so fucking cool. We had the only Block 2 or Block 3 Einons that were in civilian hands. And man, the capabilities of those fucking things, you know, anyone that's used thermals has no idea how capable some of those are. It is scary at what you can do. And that the Einod is old shit, right? The thing that you really want, if you can ever find one and afford one in the first place, is a Teledyne Hiss HD. Those things are fucking nuts. So rarest is that the rarest. Okay, there's actually quite a few rare guns that I've used. I'd say the two rarest guns, there's actually a set, was the Trials Parker Hale rifle that was actually used in the UK SAS trials alongside the actual L96 Green Meanie. That was probably the rarest that I've ever held and seen in person. There's the Remington Defense AAC Honey Badger that I don't think anyone else has really seen. We had the Al Pacino pistol from the movie Heat. We had a transferable GE minigun. What else do we have? We had a lot. What do you mean you can't abbreviate Japanese? I see that you wrote Japs. Did it remove it on Kicksend? Because if it did, it didn't on Restream. It didn't. Oh, cool. Thanks. I did not see that. Interesting. When you're shooting at a cocket and it was a semi-auto Weatherby. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Weatherbys are decent enough. Could be worse though. Could be Stevens. Yeah, that's what I get for not fucking paying attention. Also why I'm not playing hardcore. Although, I do think I don't remember if they're doing a gauntlet this season, but if they are going to do a gauntlet, or, I mean, I don't know if there is one currently, but if there is a gauntlet later in the season, then I do want to be able to do it. And if they do those, they are always hardcore. And so, I want to at least see what the game currently is. I haven't played I played last Epoch last time when it was at launch. I played a little bit last season, but I didn't really get very far. And so this time I want to actually complete all the monoliths and shit. Cool. Yeah, Weatherby or Rigby. Yeah. Yeah. No, it does. The trick is with anything that's expensive, you just have to make sure you take it to the right gunsmith. An example of that is, I had a guy come in. He was a competition shooter, and he had been doing shit for so long that he had an actual legit Russian Sega 12. It was a semi-auto, but he had a legit Sega 12 that he brought in, and he had worked on to the nines. The trigger on that fucking thing was tuned so fucking well that you could easily, when you tried to feel the reset on the trigger, it was damn near impossible to not pull the trigger again with how light he had that for his competition stuff. It was nuts. But you don't just take that to just anybody. You have to take that to somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing. And that's a really big deal. So, yeah. Anything of caliber or of note, it's hard to find a good gunsmith that gives a shit. Alright, so we're gonna climb this dumbass tower. I think as a joke, later, I might make some more of those trash rap songs and generate the dumbass bitch that would be the first person that's gonna cause beef and drama. That's gonna be a time. Okay. Jesus. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to yawn. All right. I'm gonna get to the town, and then we're gonna change things up here. Gold, sweet. There we go. I do like how the companions feel now. It's not as smooth a leveling process as it was for the, Really, that's all you're gonna get is just give me fucking legendary potential? What a waste. Aspect of the board, yeah, okay, that's a lot of shit. Fire damage for bows, level 7, yeah, okay. It's a good leveling item. Alright. Shatter. 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 Okay. Let's see, is 10. Yeah, we're probably going to play a little bit more Gray Zone because I want to farm a little bit more. I need to get another AK-308. So I'm going to grind for that for a little bit. And then after that, probably get lunch. And then I'll be out of here for a little bit. Oh, get back here. Okay. Yeah, that's trash. I don't want that. Do I sell the old shitty F1 rifles? I mean, so as someone that has handled plenty of AUGs, I mean, if you like it, you like it for what it is. The US ones, just so that you're aware, are not as nice as the actual legit Austrian ones. The ones that you have here in the United States, they are made by Voltor. So Voltor, they make a lot of really cool fucking shit, and they're actually a super badass company. Not many people really know. They're not as prominent as they used to be, but Voltor makes awesome stuff. And one of the things that they do is they make the receivers for the AUG and some other shit too. But generally speaking, it's not the same as a real AUG. I know my stash tabs are fucked. I'm not even gonna bother to do anything about it until endgame. Probably just gonna throw most of it away, but it's there for leveling. You got the old parts kits and do the math to finish it. So if you want to finish it, the really hard part is the receiver, and I don't. If you got the receiver, that's a mission, and you better not fucking tell people where you got the receiver from, because you shouldn't be able to get that. But yeah, you can get some cool shit. You also really need to find someone that can put it together. It's the same as the uh, what's it called? Fuck, dude, my brain is just not functioning right now. I'm smelling the fucking cinnamon rolls that my girlfriend put in, and that sounds really good right now. So my brain is going to food. Anyways, yeah, it's like with the FAMAS. I know a few people that have parts kit FAMASs that were European demilled. And the problem with Euro demills is they're still technically machine guns because they aren't demilled correctly, or at least according to specific ATF spec. And I know, yeah, there's a lot of issues that can come with that from time to time, but I don't know. It depends on how, what you want to do and how you want to go through with it. But if you need a good gunsmith, I can ask around, see who still does work on Austrian AUGs and is reputable, because that's not, it's something you want to have help with unless you are very experienced with gunsmithing. FAMAS was never a good gun to start with. So the gun is the only reason I know about the FAMAS, and I think that they're a little cool, is from Rainbow Six 3. The FAMAS on Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow is noted to have the highest rate of fire out of any production machine gun or any production infantry rifle. Like, we're not talking about the G11 or anything like that was prototypes, but an actual production. The original FAMAS, I believe, had the highest rate of fire out of any of them. And that was really cool. That's all I really care about it. The rest of it just looks like trash. One receiver per year pops up on Gunbroker for about like $1,100. It's not worth it. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how dedicated to the gun you are. It really, really depends. For me, I would just buy, if I really, really wanted one, I would just buy a new production one that has a Voltor receiver. And the reason why is Voltor does good work on, like, they are fantastically made by Voltor, but they're just not the same. Those are shit. You can get upgraded trigger packs. Yeah, the trigger is always the biggest downside to that. It's not a... It's a little bit more involved than doing things with the... fuck, dude. Like a 2011 or a P226, when you want to upgrade those, there's a lot of specific things you have to do in order to get them to, like, you have to fit the parts to the gun. The parts they don't ever come ready to just drop in. They still need to have fitment. So, like, the pinholes might be a little too small, or the trigger shoe needs to be shaved a little bit. There's always little things like that you need to fuck with on guns like that. And when you go into something that's like a P90 or an AUG or anything that has that kind of trigger, and a sporty bullpup really, that doesn't have like a traditional trigger shoe and instead just has that plastic like pull to the back trash, finding somebody to actually do a good job on it and to have it feeling good is not simple. It's worth doing, but it's just not simple. Back here. Uh, 2011s and ARs. Yeah, handguns are a lot of. Hey, Dask, have a good one, dude. So, Berto, the reason why it took so long is there's not any demand for it. Like when you have demand for a 2011, right? Okay, like you can get something cool done. But like the Austrian army and other people that actually use the rifle, the AUG, they don't. There isn't a demand or a request for it, and it's just not something that people really use or have ever thought to use competitively. So that's also another reason why nobody has really made any upgrade things for it. There are other guns that seem like they don't deserve an upgrade and they get one, like Rock Island TAC Ultras or like the really shitty Turkish semi-auto shotguns that people, for whatever reason, pour just absurd amounts of money in to try and make them good. But those are only exist because they're entry level firearms, and people figure out, oh yeah, people want to have an entry level competition gun, so we're going to do that. But the AUG doesn't really have anything of value or note that people would want in the first place, and it's also just expensive and dumb. Like the fact that Franklin Armory even made an ACR trigger for a binary ACR trigger is wild and ridiculous to me. I don't think they should have done that. Well, I mean, they can do what they want, but it's still it has to have more notoriety for it to really matter, in my opinion, and also in the opinion of a lot of other people. Tech Ultra is solid if you have gunsmithing skills. Yes, I mean, yes and no. The biggest issue that you have with the TAC Ultra is anyone that's using one, you need some girthy fucking hands. So like that's one of the first problems you have is the grip size can't be changed. Like the 2011 things like that, you can swap modules around if you need it, so that's always a plus. But the TAC Ultra is a girthy pistol because of the para design. So there's that to contend with. The other thing that the TAC Ultra also has, because I have owned one, the magazines are a pain in the ass to get for cheap. If you want magazines, your only real option are MBX mags. And I can't ever justify somebody spending $150 a magazine for a pistol that is like $500, $600. That just is ridiculous. So I would never. Yeah, there's that. The other thing that drives me up the wall is you have. Those are shit. It's also shit. The other issue that you have is it's a heavy pistol. So you need to be very, very liberal in how much weight you take off of the handgun in the first place. There's a lot of weight to be cut. Hayes gunsmithing, or the Hayes guys are the only ones I know of that have done a really, really good job at making them more manageable. But it's still... it's still. I don't know. I don't know if I would recommend it. For double stacks, the Metgar are tolerable. The problem with the Metgar is whether or not you can fucking find them. Frame explosions and bad para pattern mags. Yes, that's also why your only real option is Metgar, not Metgar, is MBX, because the Metgar ones are very hit and miss. That's why if somebody wants a cheap 2011, the TSAS Night Stalker and double stack, or the other one that they have that's black, the Night Stalker is like a gray finish, but the other one is a great option. And the main reason why I say it's a great option, what's it called? it takes staccato parts. So Atlas, staccato, anything that's staccato pattern or STI pattern will work in it. So you have that. The magazines are cheaper than staccato, even though they come off of the same line, allegedly, as staccato. So you can get some really, really cheap magazines. It's a good gun. You can, if a buddy has an Atlas mag, you can throw that shit in there. So I like the TSAS stuff. I think beats Rock Island hands down. Rock Island, the TAC Ultra was a great budget 2011 option or style option if that's what you wanted. But with TSAS doing what they are now, and then Mac kind of doing their own thing, military armament company, they do some decent things there. But TSAS is better. They have better support, in my opinion. And they also are guaranteed to be STI pattern. So, Checkmate makes all their yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. But I would much, much, much prefer to recommend somebody getting a TSAS over a Rock Island. And the only difference is just the stamp that goes on it. I don't know if they do further quality assurance afterwards to make sure that the mags meet their standards. I've never actually asked them. I haven't asked them or Nighthawk or anybody about that. I wish I knew. Because that's an interesting question. TSAS and yes, TSAS does punch way above their pay grade for sure. I do have a Night Stalker that is in my truck that I really dislike that it's a shield pattern cut for the optic, so I had to put a Holosun 507C on it, which really hurts because RMR CC is just such a piece of shit. And I would vastly prefer a non-Chinese brand on my gun, but it is a knockoff of an STI, so it kind of fits. But I did put a Nighthawk drop-in trigger in there, and it feels so good to shoot. It has no right to be as nice as it is. The 507C is not a bad optic for the size factor. You're right. Well, that's the thing. The 507C is the only good RMR, or not the RMR, the only good shield pattern optic in that size class. Everything else in that size class absolutely fucking sucks. Like, you can, I wouldn't trust a Vortex. I know some people do, but I wouldn't trust a fucking Vortex optic on a pistol. I don't even know if they make a Shield one. And then Shield has one that isn't very good. There's Ride-On has one that's just atrocious. I don't know. I hate the China part, but they're doing it right. To an extent, I mean, they are doing decent with the concepts. Some of the stuff are just because we can do it. Like when you have the thermal red dot, like why it's the detection range is so fucking small. You can't even reliably use it for hunting rats in a barn. And I would know because I tried. And I compared that against the Steiner, the RX, whatever the fuck, I don't know, whatever that fucking Steiner thermal was, the CQC or whatever, that thing, it was a super fucking cool optic with the outline and everything, but the detection range on it was absolute trash. Not worth a damn. Like if you're clearing a building in pitch black and you don't have night vision or you need like a backup something, it wasn't a bad option. But if you're looking for something to do some real work with, it wasn't it. I tried it against the SIG Echo 3 or was it just the Sig Echo? I don't remember, but the Sig Echo as well. That one was actually usable in a barn. The Steiner was also usable in a barn, kind of. But when I tried to take it out past that for like blasting pigs from the side of an off road or from my truck, it just wasn't good. The Sig Echo 3 was also not that great, and it was pure digital, and I really didn't like that it was just nothing but a digital display. And the Holosun Red Dot was worse than every single one of those. Obviously, it's cheaper, but people say that, oh yeah, it's a thermal red dot, it's so fucking cool, and then making a pistol one. It's like, no, it's just a gimmick. You're just wasting your money on a really, really bad gimmick. It's interesting technology, and I can see somebody doing it because they can, but it's not worth it. Thermal is hokey. Well, okay, thermal is hokey until you can spend about $8,000 on an optic. Then it gets a lot less ridiculous and actually functional. And the more you spend on thermal, the better it'll typically be. Actually, that's not true. That's kind of a lie, because the pixels on target voodoos are something I would never recommend to a consumer, because they brick themselves after a certain amount of time, simply because they need to be reflashed every now and then to be useful. And the reason they do that is in case somebody that's unauthorized gets them and isn't the original purchaser, can't reflash the optic, and so it bricks itself. It's dumb. I think it's a really bad decision, but hey, that's what they decided to do. Oh, that's what I'm doing, collecting these fucking eggs. Gateway. I wouldn't even say it's a gateway. I would not be that charitable towards the Holosun, anything that's night vision or thermal related. That's just not, like, if you want gateway and you want something that's easy to get into, it would be like the Jerry 31s or the Jerry 14, something like that. Those are going to be your entry level, or your AGM 14s, any of the Gen 2 anything. If you can find Photonis for cheap, you don't ever want to have anything like, or if you really want entry level, then Sightmark Ghost Hunter is what you want. But the Holosun offerings are just beyond terrible for what they are. They're not worth the money, and I would never, in good conscience, ever recommend that somebody buys it unless they want it. They're just wasting their money on a gimmick. Budget-friendly option, I would never even tell somebody to use it for a budget-friendly option. If you want a budget-friendly thing, then the only option that I would give is you can get a monocular Sightmark Ghost Hunter for about $300. So you have Gen 1 night vision, which is better than, just relying on eating your carrots. So you have that. Then you can get, or a PVS 7, one of those two. You can get an airsoft bump helmet, which you're only using it to mount. You can get a surplus Rhino mount for like $40 or less. And so, bam, you have entry-level night vision. And then if you want to actually aim in the dark and you don't want to buy a night vision-ready optic, Holosun does have some cheap IR laser devices that are weapon-rated. There's also NC Star, I hate to say it, also has some IR lasers and illuminators that are weapon-rated, but they just really suck. But if you just need to see in the dark just a little bit, those are the only real options that you have. With the Gen 1 night vision, you absolutely need to have some sort of ambient illumination alongside it. It's not useful with just by itself. But you can get quite a bit done if if that's what you choose to go with. I wouldn't call the Hollow Sun budget friendly whatsoever because it's you getting less for your money than if you went with something else like Sightmark. And again, I'm not even saying that's a good thing. So I would recommend Sightmark Ghost Hunter and going that super cheap route if you're doing airsoft or you are the most barely interested into it and you have some money to burn. That's what I would say. It's surprisingly okay for its prices. It's I don't know. Sightmark. It is okay for the prices. It's just not what I would ever recommend as a first choice. It's a with Sightmark or NC Star or anything like that. Those are so beyond budget that I would only recommend them on like a 22, like a Ruger 22 or an airsoft gun or a BB gun. I wouldn't recommend them anywhere beyond that. They are not worth anything else, in my opinion. I mean, if you think that someone's going to go and operate and go into a war zone with an NC Star, you are vastly mistaken. Because Hollow Sun is at that price point anyways, so why wouldn't you just get a Hollow Sun? It's cool down. Yeah, I need that. Still not great by any means. I mean, I don't know. It depends on a lot. If it's on a BB gun, if it's on an airsoft gun, I'm not gonna have any shame because it's for that purpose. I don't need to spend a lot on an optic for that. You're basically only buying something for looks. At that point, you're probably buying a rebrand or a clone of an optic for that anyways, so whatever. I don't know. But if I had one on an actual rifle, yeah, you bet I would be pretty goddamn embarrassed. I would never want to tell somebody I had it. Unless it was on like an Anderson or like a Delton or something like that. Then I would be like, okay, yeah, so you have a poverty pony. Then you have a poverty optic on it. All right, you're going full send on it. Then you got UTG and Pro Mag and all that shit. Yeah, you can run that all you want and have the ultimate poverty setup if that's your thing. And doing it for the memes, I would be about it. But if you're seriously running it, then no, that's a hard no from me. It's I would go further than that. Sightmark is airsoft grade. So everything has, well, it does, but they're also made. They are made with that in mind, but they're also cheaply made, and they know their customers. Like NC Star has a booth at airsoft conventions. They know exactly what they're who's buying their shit for the most part. And I know that they push their Vism stuff every now and then to try and get law enforcement to buy things. And I know that they get law enforcement to buy it, unfortunately. Like the amount of law enforcement or, God forbid, military dudes that are running Condor like MOPCs or NC Star Vism like vests and stuff would make your brain hurt. It's absolutely gross. But they know who their customers are. They know that it's people with very, very little money. They know it's gun shows and it's airsoft and like BB stuff. They try and act hardcore. I always find it fucking hilarious when they try and talk shit about how you know, their stuff is no different than having their optics have glass that's made in the same factory as Night Force, and I'm just like, yeah, no, go fuck yourself. That's not true at all. They always have the most retarded people working at the booths. Wouldn't touch any of it with my money. Yeah, no, I agree. I did touch it with my money when I was like 13, and I wanted aim point looking optic, aim point micro looking optic on my airsoft gun. And also because at the time I was in California, so you don't really have an option but airsoft if you like guns. Otherwise, you have to jump through every dumb regulation in the known universe to try and enjoy a hobby. Get fucked. Nope. 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 Actually, Alright. Yeah, storm stack. Yeah, that sounds good. Yep, there we go. Kill this lady. After I kill the next big boss, then I'm probably gonna bounce for a little bit. Get some lunch, and then I will be back on later. I have nothing better to do, so why not? Actually, no. I'm gonna kill this guy, and then we're gonna play some Gray Zone for a little bit, and then... Oh, scary. Come on. This dude in empowered monoliths at the end game fucking sucks to fight. The music in this game is pretty atrocious sometimes. Like that was... I could make a better track. Alright, what's this? Yeah. Alright, so Shaman, we're still working on getting our 5 points here. I'm gonna put this shit away, and then we're gonna boot up some Gray Zone. I don't want any of this shit in here because I gotta fracture all of it later. Okay. I just don't want to do it right now. Alright. I'm gonna do this. Talk to you. Does this take me to the next area? And then I can log out. Okay. Watch the waypoint. Alright. Give me just a second. Alright, we're gonna boot up the old Gray Zone. Give me 1 second here. How can I change? Cool. There we go. Oh, god damn it. Jesus. Okay. Here we go. Alright, 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me get us in the game so we can get away from the awful music. Well, it's not awful music, but it's just loud. Okay. Alright, here we go. Got 50. Alright. Load. I need CPS. Yes. Oops. No. Okay, do I have anything that I can just sell? Yeah, we'll sell that really quick. Banshee will buy it. Yep, buy that, and then you can buy... what's on this one? Yep. Wait, NT4? Yeah, okay, yep. You can buy that one. You can buy that one. And that'll do it. Okay, cool. Okay, we got all our shit. Magazines. We don't need the chocolate. We don't need the tea. We don't need that. We don't need that. Oh shit. Okay. Let's fix our meds. Suture kit. And bandage. More pain meds. Okay, cool. US, we're just gonna drop that shit.
Raven dispatched. Moving to base camp.
Alright, here we go. Character, M600. What's on the other side? NC Star laser. Speaking of fucking NC Star. There you go. Hey, Blandish, have a good one, dude.
Raven, wheels down and ready to load. Strap in. We're heading out.
Have you guys ever ridden in a fucking Little Bird before? Any of the MH6s? With a pilot that seems to have a death wish? Because it is a fucking time. It is the most exhilarating and frightening things. I did it one time. There was a dude that owed a favor to the shop, and he wanted to have us go and do a whole bunch of cool shit. And one of the things is a couple of us got to ride on a Little Bird, and the pilot was told to make us freak the fuck out, and we did. I wish I would have recorded most of it, but it was a time, to be sure. So much better than walking all this distance. For the record, I did have to walk all the way from the starting base all the way down here. So yeah, that was a great time to have to do. Okay, what of our tasks to Fort Nereth? Fuel gauge? Maybe I'll do it. I can get the first part of this done. I cannot get this done. I might need to wait until nighttime. Even then, I don't know if I'll be able to. I probably need to wait for another squad to actually go in ahead of me and start clearing people out, because there's way too many dudes in Fort Nereth for me to take care of. Yeah, I do need to get another 3++ vest. I didn't repair it. Fuck.
We're
Okay.
getting close. 1 minute.
So I gotta repair it when I get to Bronco. Alright.
Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
Is anyone else doing this run? No, no one else is doing this run. Okay, good. Alright, here we fucking go. It is a routine loot run. Yes, this is how hyperactive my brain is, where I'm looking at one game, playing a looting game, and I'm thinking about looting in a different game. And then I'm thinking about characters in a different game. And I want to keep playing all the different games. And Last Epoch is great and all. But I want to fucking murder some shit. Path of Exile keeps my attention the entire time. But I deviate sometimes when I do this. Oh, I hear the ching chong. I didn't notice him at first. I'm fucking blind. Ooh. You know, playing this reminds me of... Oh. That was food. It reminds me of Arma 3, playing on Tanoa, doing some insurgency shit. Let's close that. We're gonna check upstairs, because last time we almost got destroyed by a dude hiding up here. Both doors are locked. Perfect. D4, Diablo. Beta. Yeah, it was trash. Posted a video series? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna watch somebody else's fucking video series on Diablo 4. That's not worth my time. If I want to watch Baby's first ARPG, I would go back and look at my friend's Diablo 2 gameplay he recorded way back in the day. So, yeah, you can take that shit somewhere else, buddy. Is there a second floor I can get to? Okay, I need to get these key codes down really quick before the jungle fucking kills me. 1 second. Alright, so we have 7964. Okay, I still write all of these down even though I pretty much know exactly which one's which. Alright. I get the codes. Now I can get the fuck out of here. What game is this? Arma? It's the Tarkov-like game. It's Gray Zone Warfare. I have a lot of fun in this just because it just reminds me of Arma 3 Insurgency on Tanoa. It does have some Tarkov elements too, which I can appreciate and like. I just have really shitty ammo right now because I'm trying to use everything that I've looted, so it's a lot of the BS with some PS mixed into it. Honestly, just thinking about it, it's not a bad concept of a game to Insurgency in Genoa, but it's its own standalone game. Kind of what it is. And of course, somebody already stole it. Cool. I'm touching the box to fuck that dude's timer up. And we're gonna go. EFT is a great time, and it is better, but it doesn't have the same vibe as this game. I'm just after that jungle fucking warfare vibe right now. Alright, I need to put my codes on another screen so I can type them in. Let's see. For a few hours, had a weird bug. Everything would go black. Yeah, there's some weird bugs here and there that are kind of irritating that it does. One of the things that also irritates me is if you have a light on your gun, it'll work anywhere. But if you use a laser and you're in a building or you go underground in one of the bunkers, it stops working. Like, it just doesn't display. It doesn't show at all. It's really weird. I do a fair bit of nighttime raids because with the day-night cycle now, you actually have tasks you need to do at night. And when you can unlock like the D-ball and the other IR illuminators, it makes night fighting a lot better and a lot more fun instead of just using the CQBL. But the biggest frustration is when you go inside a building, it goes away, and there are definitely some buildings at nighttime that you want to do that, specifically at Fort Nerith and at Midnight Sapphire and some places in Tiger Bay, but Tiger Bay is pretty open. But Fort Nerith in the buildings, and especially at Midnight Sapphire inside of the what's it called? Uh, Main resort building. Those are the ones you want to pay attention to. I had to refund it. I've refunded a fair few games, then rebought them. There's no shame in it. If a game doesn't work, it doesn't work. Come back later. It is a lot better. The day-night cycle is in. The weather system is in. They're making improvements, and I think their next patch is coming out next month or thereabouts, either in September or October. That's supposed to bring some more improvements, but this last one was pretty good. There's actually like lights and lasers and stuff. Oops. Alright, this dumb fucker is gonna be in here. I just know it. No? Well, goddamn. Oh, someone used dead recently. Okay. That's fine. That works for me. More loot. This one's gonna be the 7964. Sweet. Perfect. There we go. Making our way to another building because there's one more loot cache, and then we're gonna get all of our shit and get the fuck out. There's gonna be some dirty fucker right around here. I know it. Piece of shit. And yep, I am blind as fuck. I'm gonna go back and get my shit. I respawned at night. Okay. Fuck it. It doesn't have to make a difference. That's what I get for getting greedy. Inspect. Take off the purse. Take off that. Don't need to waste those. And where's my med kit? Nope, not that one. Not that one. Do I not have any more? I don't have any more. I can't do my infinite sprint. God damn it. Fuck. Okay. So I died about there. Okay. When you die, you have one chance to go back and get it. I don't know if there's a timer as well, but... Oh, well, I just heard some fucking ching chong bing bong back there. I'm just gonna keep running. And I got US. I didn't check if it was PS. Cool. Hey, I could kill both those, well, at least that dude from here, but I want to get closer to my gear and where I died first. Because I want to make sure I don't actually die and that I can get some ammo. Is it gonna rain soon? It might rain soon. That's what I get. And there goes all my shit. It's fine. I haven't died in a while. And I had nothing of value on me anyways. I mean, the... What's it called? The, No, not taking plate 6. Where is... Do I not... Here, yeah, we'll take that. And then... Take the recon. Well, that sucks, but it happens. That's not a big deal. I need that. I need... That's a laser. I need a light. Why do I not have everything organized? What is wrong with me? Fuck it, I'm buying one. Here. Full mags, I don't need much. Light, and then I need a backpack. That's gonna be you. There. Okay. And I need a headset. I need to buy... Haircut, do you have it? No. Artisan. There we go. Gene, what are you doing? You trying to be a nice little kitty, or are you about to go shit? Well, you gain some, you lose some. If I had anything of value on me that I cared about, like an AK-308, or something like that, or a bunch of IR lasers and stuff, then I would have been a little upset. But I had nothing I couldn't afford to lose, so at the end of the day, it is what it is. These AKs are a dime a dozen, you get them all over the place. But like if it was like an MCX bill with a whole bunch of CQ ammo that I lost, I think I would have been salty. Like the backpack's not a big loss, none of it's a big loss. If I lose what I get coming up here in this house, if there's anything good, then I'll have something to actually be mad about, but fucker. I don't care that I'm running around with the light. Dude upstairs ran in. Okay. Anything of value? Probably not, because it's a tier 1 box. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. One second. The game crashed. As it typically does. Give me 1 second. Let me boot it back up. I'm gonna mute the volume of it because it's loud as shit when it comes on. Early on, one really frustrating thing, because it does crash a fair bit. One thing that's really frustrating about it crashing is early on, when it first came out, if your game crashed, it saved your character, but it put you all the way back at your starting location. So oftentimes, you had to get all the way back to where you were. And then there was a change where if it happened, you then had to go all the way. Yep, let's do that here. No, is it working? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Then there was a time where it just deleted all your shit. So if you crashed, then there went all your gear. Okay, so it saved the activity. All right, cool. What do we got? Patrol. Oops. They are the same size. Alright, so we got ass. Sometimes we get some good shit, but Today we got fucking snaked. I could do it again in about 30 minutes. I might need to get more codes. Because the codes do not stay the same. But I am... gonna fuck off this way. Alright, what I'm probably gonna end up doing is taking a bit of a break. I will come back on later this evening and we're gonna do some music stuff. So right now we're just gonna get our happy ass back tonight and then fuck off. Rocket, buddy, what are you meowing about? You were just outside. You came back inside because it's hot, and now you want to go right back outside. It's like, no, it's not happening, dude. You got to cool down for a little bit before you can go back out there. And then you're just gonna shit and protest. Thanks, buddy. Alright, that's right in front of us. Gene, stop fucking with Rocket. He's trying to shit. Alright, two cats are trying to shit in the same litter box at the same time. Rocket does not like Gene doing that. Gene does not care. He wants to be all up in Rocket's business because he's a little kitten. And Rocket's a big boy, and he wants to be involved in the process, I guess. So they're going to start fighting in the shit box. And I'm going to have to clean up whatever the fuck happens. Great. Okay. That is that for today's stream. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for being here. Again, I am extremely grateful that you guys are here in the first place. Thank you so much. Keep being awesome. Keep your head up. Things can always be worse. Things are pretty bad right now. But just remember, life can change. It is always a good thing. MenacCrew.com is where you can find most things. All of the links are going to be in the YouTube channel. Kick is going to get some updates and upgrades. Generally speaking, there should be a new... there should be some updates and overlays and stuff for the stream this evening. So look out for that. Otherwise, have a fantastic day, guys, and I will see you...